All right. What's up, Bruce, Trife, Zach? How's everybody doing? Let's see, we did the warm-up in the Hornet and then the Viper, so tonight let's jump into the Cat. Make sure I can still dogfight in a Cat. Spoiler, I can. I just might be sloppy at it after being gone for a little bit. We'll see if I can remember how to control my rudder rolls. Alright, let's see. There we go, hot Tomcat. We don't want to do a cold start. That'll take like 10-15 minutes.
OC-1 on station at ball 32841, 170 at 1,600.
Well, that doesn't look right. Alright, better. Wait, Warzone? I don't know yet. I haven't even got in the air. We're just getting started.
OC-1, tally utility at bullseye 32641, 180.
Get my plane all set up the way I want it. What's our loadout? Sparrows and Sidewinders. That'll work. Alright, where am I? We need to go left. I'm doing okay health-wise. I mean, I'm never gonna really get like better per se because of all my stuff. It's just a matter of kind of trying to make it not get worse. Is the name of the game. There is no getting better or cure or anything like that. But I'm feeling okay today. It's not a bad day. The legs are a little shot, but they're shot from trying to get some stuff done around the house today. So that's always going to make my legs get a little worse. But they're not overly bad other than that. So it's a good day. I'm sure by the time I'm near done flying, my legs will be like just completely shot, but it's kind of, that's every night, really. There's no night where my body's just like, oh, you're fine. Everything's gonna work perfect. that doesn't exist.
OC-1, tally utility at ball 32741, 170.
But you get used to a lot of it over time. You'd be amazed at what you can get used to, actually. It's kind of actually crazy. All right. All right, let's do. We'll just do 3, especially because what we're gonna spawn and is more formidable than what we're flying. All right. Away we go. We're looking for about 150 knots before rotation. And rotating. That's all she wrote. This is a private practice server at the moment because I'm just doing my warm-up, and then we're going to jump onto, I'm not sure where we're going yet. But it'll probably be either a pre-contact dynamic war server or a hardcore North Pole server, one of the two. Mainly PvE dynamic war servers when I'm streaming. I usually don't do PvP on stream, I do it off stream.
I've got some dirt on the nose.
All right, let's get some altitude. Follow along in this. What do you mean? Like when I join one of the war servers? Everybody's welcome, always. Yeah, you'll be able to find enemies mainly because they... Well, it depends on which server you're talking about. If you're just talking about one of the arenas...
There's a friendly, E3, 12 o'clock, 11 miles.
If you're talking about like a place like Growling Sidewinder, that's just basically a missile box. You'll find other people, sort of. You'll probably just get hit by missiles out of nowhere because it's like an AMRAM spam server. But it just depends. You're going to run into people for sure. Because usually those servers, like if you go to like one of the Cold War servers, things are happening in certain areas of the map, so you're going to find people when you go to those areas. Because they're PvP, but they're also, you know, dynamic war servers. So a lot of the action is going to be funneled into areas. What's the other one? Contention. Contention, it's a ground game.
095, 54 miles.
So if you're trying to capture land and they're trying to defend land, a lot of, you know, action is going to happen in that airspace. So
240, correction, 095, 53 miles.
There's our bandits. Hey, Jock, how was your flights tonight? I might have said that too quick. And did you have some good sorties tonight? Yeah, I'm with you. I get it. I can do the carp drops for the most part, but I just haven't done it enough to get super comfortable, and I'll make a mistake like, oh, I don't need to fly this part of my flight plan anymore, let's bypass it, and I'll do a direct to another waypoint, but then that throws the entire carp out. It messes it up. Which that seems like a bug. It's not. It shouldn't happen like that in real life. You should be able to change directs on waypoints as long as you're not changing the carp information in that part. You should be able to direct to a different waypoint towards it. But for some reason in DCS it just messes it all up. You lose all your symbology and planning. So I need to work on it more, but I haven't messed with the C-130 for a little bit.
Copy that. Yes, sir. Roger.
All right, we're maintaining Mach 1. We're at 30,000 feet. Our first Sparrow shot moving into this 3 ship is going to be pretty hot. The only thing I'm worried about is coming in too hot. So we're going to, after we fire our shot, we're going to go idle. Big old Tomcat carries speed real easy.
I've got dirt, 6 o'clock. And, oh, nails, 7 o'clock.
And I'm not going to use the radar to lock them from the back seat. We're going to have to get close enough to use a PAL lock. That way Jester doesn't bump the pulse. Because I know he'll bump it. He always does. He sucks. He's fine for shooting Phoenixes, but when you're shooting a Fox 1, Jester is really bad.
Party time!
Alright, let's see if we can get a PAL lock.
Target,
Got it.
14 miles.
Hitting the blower. That's him.
That's a Su-34.
Fox 1. Alright, we're idle. We're gonna have to try to slot in behind them.
Target, 7 miles.
And they're coming at us now. That looks like a good Sparrow shot.
Splash!
Boom. Alright.
Bandit is down. 360, no, 370. 1 o'clock. 12 o'clock.
Yeah, we're coming too hot.
12 o'clock low.
Might get a Sparrow shot. Yep.
12
Fox
o'clock.
1.
Spike, 12 o'clock. 11 o'clock low.
Ooh, God.
Splash.
That was great.
The Bandit is down. 1 o'clock. We're closing.
Well, that worked out perfect. That could have been bad if that Sparrow hadn't hit
Cover
him.
12. Passing 340.
Shit, we're still
Right
going.
on the 6. Burn that sucker. Closing.
We're gonna yo-yo a little bit. We're going too fast.
We're on the 6. Nice job. And that's 260.
Now we're good.
He's dead ahead, man. 240. You have him now. Closing.
Damn. Still going fast.
7 o'clock. Passing 220. 8 o'clock low. Okay, bud, 180 now. 12 o'clock low. 240.
Fox 2.
On 6. Time to clean him and fry him.
Got him.
Flash.
I think I got him.
Bandit
Yeah,
is
there
down.
he is. We got him. Cool. What do we fire? 2 sparrows and 1 sidewinder. That second sparrow shot almost screwed us. I was coming in way too hot. Alright, let's do a quick helicopter warm-up and then we'll check the servers and see where we're going. I think I'm in the groove enough to get back into the North Pole stuff. Let's see, helicopter. Oh, let's fly a Hind for a second. That'd be a good warm-up. Fly that giant friggin' dumpster fire of a helicopter. Definitely an art form.
Commander, adjusting magnetic declination. Ready.
Let's get rid of those. Let's see, yeah, heat frag 80 mil. That would be those.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Oh, you pain in the ass. Alright, let's try that again with the radios on. I heard it helps.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Imagine that.
Copy. Refueling complete.
We're gonna remove 4 of the tandems and put more rocket pods on.
Rearming complete.
Perfect. Alright. George, or Petrovich.
Turning on weapons.
Power him up. Alright, they'll take a minute to get powered up, but let's go ahead and get off the ground. Oh, we are so heavy. Get the gear up. We gotta start moving forward. We're not gonna be able to hover in this thing right now very well. Blow the engine. Alright, gears up. We're flying. Alright, we don't need the reticle. Power that down.
Turning on weapons. Attacker selected.
Oh, there's the caravan right there. Yeah, but the weapons aren't on yet. Yeah, it's moving down the road right now. Come on, Petrie, turn them on faster. Hit the button harder. Do something. The rockets should be ready though. Alright, let's waz the rockets. See if we can hit that caravan and push them off the road. Or we can hit them with the 30 mil to push them off the road and then come back around with the rockets when they're not moving anymore. Yeah, let's just put rockets into the camp. I know there's a bunch of dudes down there too. If we fly right over them, we're gonna get shot up a lot. So let's hit them with rockets to thin them out right away. And we'll try to hit that caravan too. Alright, there's the trucks.
Commander weapons ready.
Whoa! That was a direct hit. Saw all that molten metal fly up. Must have hit a couple of those trucks directly with some of those heat frag rockets. Broke them up. Oh yeah, we're getting secondaries and everything. Oh yeah, look at that. Those trucks are wasted. That might have been the best rockets I've done in a while. Usually rockets don't, they're pretty ineffective a lot of times in DCS. We'll hit the camps again. Oh, there she went. I don't know. I didn't hear any. I didn't see any bullets coming up. I think everybody's dead. Well, you can tell I'm a little rusty with the hind. I'm not controlling my airspeed very well. I'm letting my weight push me around a little bit. See, I think there's a bunch of troops to the side of the road that are more dangerous than the vehicles. Let's strafe that spot. Whoa. Ah. Got flashed. Oh, that was pretty destructive. I love that 30 mil. I think it's so effective. As long as you get used to shooting it, because it does buck so hard because it's a solid mount. You just pull the trigger and the whole helicopter just bucks all over the place. If you go full cyclic rate on the gun, so it'll do a full auto burst and it really bucks. But if you need to penetrate something heavy armor, you just got to make sure you're right on the target. It'll put those rounds right in that little spot. But then you're going to be way off target. Alright, that's a good warm-up. Let's jump off and see what server we're going to hit tonight. Man, nobody is ever on Return Pre-Contact Germany. That's too bad. I like the Germany server. Or map, I should say. There's not a lot of people online, period, at the moment. Oh gosh. So North Pole is on Kola, but nobody's on it. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna take a look at the Kola one, just because I haven't seen what they did to the Kola map. The Kola map's hard to use because it's so spread out. It makes it really hard to have a good flow in your war without it just being a lot of long, boring flights. It happens. DCS comes in waves. People will get super into it and they'll take a break and do whatever they do, and then they'll come back to it, and it just happens in waves, always, forever. So if there's like nobody flying on the hardcore servers, I'll just leave them be for a little bit and then come back to them. Usually I can draw a decent amount of people into a server on the weekends. But in the week, sometimes if there's nobody there, there's just nobody there. But sometimes when I jump on a server, there'll be people just start showing up. It happens. I don't know about on this one though. Kola's gonna be oh yeah, look at that. Nobody's even been messing with it really. Huge. Alright, well let's just, here is the warehouse. So they're both warehouses. Bardafoss. Well, let's go see if we can strike Bardafoss. They got an EWRS out here too that needs to get blown up. That way they can't jump on us so fast. Well, let's see if we can take an A-10 over here and strike Bardafoss. And hopefully we don't draw the ire of those fish beds, because we're here alone. So what's this place called? Andoya? Yeah, Andoya. Wait a minute. Okay, no, it's a full airfield. Where is my air show A-10? There it is. Whip out the Cobra. We're going to bring some extra sidewinders in case we do get jumped by those fish beds. Our white noise machine's not going to affect a fish bed. Alright, Mavericks, and let's grab a couple of JDAMs. Oh wait, we can't use JDAMs on North Pole, we have to use GBUs, so we'll take 4 12s. And then we'll stay bare. Actually, let's distribute that a little bit better. Let's go singles. There we go. Nighttime in Kola. Bardafoss, that's where we're headed. Let's see. Turn on our data link broadcast. Turn the floods off. Actually, we'll put the floods on until we get up in the air. And then we'll go silent. We'll turn the floods off and the externals off. Alright, where did that park us? Straight ahead, hang a right. Oh, I don't like that. But that's what we're gonna do. Active runway is 32. I didn't see that. And 3020 QFE. Shoot, it's the other runway, so we're gonna have to hang a left. That's a horrible taxiway. We really need to cross the runway, which is what we're gonna do. And it is 3020. There we go, 3020. Yeah, this is North Pole, modern, but because the difficulty of the server has been kind of artificially pumped up, there's some defects that happen in the enemy's ability to do things. They've become superhuman. So the problem with JDAMs on this server is if you drop a JDAM on a tank or anything like that, as soon as you let that bomb go, it'll know it and move. So JDAMs are usually a waste unless you're hitting a static target on this server. You just grab the lasers because there's a high probability it's going to move when you drop a bomb because they're psychic. Just one of the drawbacks of kind of, like I said, trying to make everything super difficult. It's not like there's a Eagle Dynamics slider to make things more difficult. So when you're doing adjustments with scripting and stuff like that to make stuff more responsive and harder to defeat, sometimes things like this happen where enemies become psychic, which nullifies your use of JDAMs. Not every time, but a lot of the time. Unless they fixed it. I don't know. I haven't talked to Santa in like a week. Oh yeah, they're available. They're just not advantageous to use anymore. Unless it's, like I said, statics. If you've got to take out a bunker or something like that, then sure, 2,000 pound penetrator JDAM, perfect. Drop a bomb on a tank. That tank all suddenly has the Eye of Sauron operating it and knows everything you're doing. Oh wow, the map. The map will not load from Kola. That's interesting. All right. Next turns are runway. Which you can tell by the red lights, but I'm all anal and shit and want to verify. There's the symbol D4. Looks like winter time too. I don't think it's nighttime though. I think the sun's starting to come up is what it looks like, so we're not going to be dark for a real long time. I don't know, isn't nighttime where we're flying like long though? And the days are a little bit shorter? Alright, make sure our flaps are at half. Alright, killing the floods. We'll leave the externals on until we get going. Couldn't get the screens and HUD to turn on. Like in the game. That might just be a bad plane. Sometimes if you spawn in, especially if it's a dynamic spawn, shit sometimes doesn't work and you have to spawn a new plane. Rotating. Alright, flaps up, gear up. Kill our externals. Where's my cake? Oh. There's my cake. Okay. Alright. Externals and collisions are off. We are flying silent. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. The zoom level is not loaded in for Cola at all. It's only got the standard. The full zoom in, the 5 mile. They haven't done any of the others. But Cola is a fairly new map, sort of. Oh, shoot. There's a friendly. Is that the AWACS? That is the AWACS, yes. It's not going to matter. We're not going to use the map very much. We're going to have the targeting pod up over there fairly quickly. How far away are we? 52 miles. Yeah, see what I mean? That looks like it's a really short distance, but it's 52 miles. So if you look at the size of this map, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles just to get across part of it, which makes it harder to make missions. It looks like they spread it out pretty decent on here, though, except for like to here. That's going to be rough. But if you capture all of this and then move up. Ooh, it's pretty windy. Got a pretty strong crosswind. Let's do a gradual 3 degree climb will work. 53 miles, we're probably not going to be able to see our target point yet. Not very well anyway, but let's see what we see. Yeah, there's a mountain in the way. We're definitely going to have to get a lot closer because of that mountain and get higher. Those are power lines. Is this an airfield? I think it is. Yeah, it's an airfield. Man pad, troops, trucks, a couple of man pads. No real hard targets, just some man pads. If we can dig out the man pads, we'll just drop a couple of laser guided bombs in the area. If we can get high enough to stay away from the Iglas. Yeah, the helicopters on this server are going to be really rough, kind of like Afghanistan. Which the hardest part of the helicopters in Afghanistan is not the distance. I mean, it's just the flights are decently long, but it's mainly the MSL is so high that it's hard to use helicopters at that high of an MSL. You gotta strip them down. Okay, there's the airfield. I see it. 40 miles out. Go A10. We're way too far away to spot a person. Well, there's a person right there. You know what? If I hit that truck with a Maverick, that'll kill a guy. Yeah, let's turn the Mavericks on and let them warm up. If we hit them with Mavericks, that should kill a lot of them. I remember I wasn't even paying attention the first time I jumped into Afghanistan. I grabbed an Apache and just put full racks of Hellfires on it and almost couldn't take off. I actually made it through the flight, but as soon as I got to the target area, I literally rippled off like half of my Hellfires just so I could stay flying. I was yellow lining the engines the whole way there. I could barely gain altitude because the MSL is so high. Mavericks need 2 minutes. 2 minutes to warm up. I bet you the other ones are in the tree line. Let's put a Maverick on this guy first. We don't have other targets, so we're going to just ripple Mavericks in there to get started and hope the splash damage will take care of most of the man pads standing around. See, we're at 15,000 feet, but we're still maintaining airspeed, so we'll keep climbing for now. One minute. Some light armor there. Yeah, we'll just use the seeker heads after the first shot and walk down the line with some Mavericks. And it looks like those MiGs had to go home because they blew all their fuel just trying to patrol up here. They had to RTB for fuel. "15 seconds. Let's level off. Mavericks are hot. Slaving. Alright, we're good to go. Need a reference here. Okay. It's just right down the line. There are some guys in the tree line, but not by much. "19 miles. We got a little ways to go before we can shoot." Oh shit, I forgot to take my medicine. Let's do that right now. We got time. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, all right. We are set to shoot. Rifle. Alright, all of our shots are away. We're gonna pull off, we'll come back around and see what's left after all that hits. We've still got 4 GBU-12s and a whole bunch of ammo. We just gotta make sure we get the man pads out of the way. That's going to be one right there. We're going to probably have to drop a bomb on that. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. And one more right there. Boom. Okay, perfect. Let's drop a GBU-12 right here. Well, that woke them up. "35 miles, 40 miles hot." They're coming at me. Oh, that looks so nice. Kind of wish it would have stayed dark though. I don't know why, but there's a lot of people in DCS that are like, I don't want to say they're afraid to fly in the dark, but it definitely bothers a lot of people. And I think they need to get over that shit. Flying at night is awesome. Okay, we're good. Rolling in. Man, that wind. Alright, and pickle. And we are lazing. Shit, what's shooting at me? Oh, those fish beds are on me. That was quick. Pre-flaring, got him. Alright, we gotta jump down. There he is. I see him. This is not a good spot to be in. I lost him. I see both of them. Fox 2. Come on, give me that fish bed. Missed. I am in a losing battle. Gosh darn it. I got him. I got him. Oh, that's funny. Well, I did get him. What did we leave behind? We got a bunch of... We got most of it killed. There's just a little bit of stuff left now. I did get one of those man pads. Probably have to come back with a fast mover. If I come out here with an A10 each time, I'm gonna get jumped. If you want to, Bruce, I'm on Cola. North Pole Cola. Oh, they're launching new fish beds too. We definitely need to blow this place up. You know what? Let's hit it with some brooches really quick. Yeah, we'll take a at Fleer pod and let's hit it with some. We'll do a broach run and just try to clear most of the stuff out and make it capturable. Oh wait, I can't. Oh yeah, let's do that really quick. We're not going to go attack air to air yet, but that'll give me one AMRAAM at least to kill one of those fish beds immediately. That guy in that fish bed must be pissed. Eating an AIM-9 mic from a A10 in a 2 versus 1 turn fight. Alright, let's get all this set up before we take off. Because we'll be able to almost fire on this place like just a couple minutes after we take off with these, because we've got a range of about 40 miles. We'll get a little bit closer than that, but... Alright, lights, cycle the bleeds, stand by the FLIR, flaps to half, FCS is set, no faults. Alright, fish bed's still out there, huh? Alright, this time we're going to hang a left, right, and we're going to head out from that direction. Fish bed, if that fish bed's still up by the time I get closer to firing my J-cells, I'll definitely sling an AMRAAM at him. Oh, is there that many? Oh yeah, there's some new ones coming up. I wish I could put more AMRAAMs on this thing with my loadout, but some things you just can't do. Alright, yeah, we're gonna hang a left and then a right. I can't see my external lights until I get up in the air, because I gotta have my throttle out of the way. I don't want to gun it. Got it. I got it. There we go. And we do have a bag. Yep, we got a bag. Radar is showing, or data link is showing 3 up. I don't think that's correct though. I think one of them is a ghost signal. I think there's 2 up. I'm only looking out 80 miles. Oh, never mind. They did put up a second one already, and then there's a third one. So yeah, there's 2 up already. As soon as I take off, man, these guys are going to be at play. So we're going to take off and try to spiral up and get a little altitude before we fly towards those fish beds. I've only got one missile. But it'll take us a minute to get all set up and get my JSOWs off. Get the broaches going. Alright, taking off. Alright, mill power. And blower. Damn it, that button's shorting out again. See my gear keep going up and down, up and down? That sucks. Alright, HSI, we're looking for that place right there. There it is right there, and there's the fish beds. Alright, JSOWs are ready. Alright, we're going to come off blower and preserve some fuel. There's Bruce. We can see Bruce on the data link down there. Alright, I'm going to get a better angle. So because of this mountain, I'm going to get farther northeast of here, and then I'll turn in. Which I don't think my FLIR is going to be able to... That's interesting. Is he really burning for us? He is burning for us. That is ridiculous. Alright, switching to air to air. Fox 3. Alright, he's toast. We got him. Yeah, we got him. Okay. Let's try that again. All right, hitting the blower.
Trooper 1, Outlaw 1.
1.
Hey, I'm up. I'm about to go ahead to the target area and go and provide cap for you.
Copy, Cap. All right, we got Bruce watching our ass now. That'll be good because I used what I had to kill that fish bed. All right, we gotta get rid of our bag. They seem to be launching fish beds pretty regularly, so you might have plenty to do.
Sounds good. I can take out these targets as they come and then go back here and land, and they'll run our bomb if I need to.
Copy. I'm gonna throw 8 broaches in there right now to thin it all out.
That's good, happen.
You know we're getting serious when we get the Hornet out. Get all the technology. If only she wasn't so fat. Alright, let's get the AP ready. Alright, we're lined up.
Trooper 1, Outlaw 1-1.
1.
I got eyes of 3 enemy ships taking a runway. Are you able to get those? Are you able to get your weapons off on them?
Not on them specifically. They'll be in the air before I can get there with these.
Okay, I'm diving down to take care of them.
We still got a few shots left. One left. I think I've already hit everything. They are airborne.
Outlaw 1-1's book 8.
All my JSOWs are in the air.
That's good, Doc. That's good, Doc.
Those are mirages. Those aren't fish beds. I am RTB.
Copy.
All right, let's get a
Fox 3 times 2.
let's get a magnetic heading off of our runway we're gonna land at. 326. All right. Good kill. The other one is on your butt. He's at Angels 4. Nose to nose. 1 mile north. Bra 336, Angels 5. And he's heading west. You've got almost nose on in his butt. Directly west of you, Angels 4. Come around 250.
I'm looking right now.
230. $210.
Vision. Fox 2.
Good kill, good kill. Broaches are making contact on the ground right now.
Oh, that's good time.
2 frogfoots on the tarmac.
Okay, I'll establish over here, and if they try to take off, I'll just deal with them as they take off.
Altitude. Altitude.
Stow the radar, we don't need that. I think I only left a couple of trucks, yeah. So I might have to come back with a helicopter, but oh, that's a long flight. We'll have to take like a Hind, because...
I can't go in for guns. Looks like all the surface air threat is out.
Yeah, well, one of the trucks is technical, but yeah, you should be able to gun it. Just be real careful. But I'm still having to bring a helicopter over to capture.
Let's keep happening.
There's only a few helicopters I can actually transport troops to capture with and have weapons on it. So the Hip or the Hind is about it. I mean, I guess you could put door gunners on the Chinook, but... Hey, thanks for the cheer, Trife. I appreciate that. All cheers and funding goes to allow Nix to buy medicine and medical supplies and hopefully some warbirds. Alright, gear coming down. Flaps. We're on hella long final. Alright, we're through the Hornet bounce, and we're on speed. Nothing left but the crying. What? Damn it. That button is really bad. It shorted out again and the gear came up. That really makes me sad. I'll have to save up to get a new throttle body. Well, at least hopefully that'll solve my slew button problem, though. Because this throttle body's so old, it's got the old bad slew button on it. Which is a pain in the ass when you're using targeting pods and all that. Piece of cake. Doesn't get much smoother than that. Alright, let's just turn off right up here. We gotta get off the runway so we can get into our helicopter and get going, because it's a heck of a flight. Is that not a turn off? That's not a turn off. It's like a dirt road. No, that's the turn off. Is it? I don't know. That looks weird. I don't care. We're getting off the runway. Looks like a damn bike path. Alright, we're down. Bruce is taking care of the frogfoots that are taking off. There's one cord left. Yeah, I guess let's grab a well... And I guess we'll grab a hip. So MI8 MTV, flares, fuel. Let's put auto cannon pods on here. Whoop, that's not the right ones. 23 mil auto cannons. So we can use that to kill whatever's there. Put some rockets on here too. Boy, it's been a hot minute since I've flown a hip in war, just because I got the Chinook and been doing like all of my transporting with the Chinook. This thing is really a great helicopter though, once you get used to all of its little idiosyncrasies that all Russian aircraft have. Alright, we need to open this thing up and put some troops in here. Alright, parent menu, other, logistics, CTLD, manage troops, load troops, squad of 8 times 2. Alright.
Get ready. Let's go.
Alright, we got troops. We'll have to arm up all the weapons once we get in the air. We're not going to do it yet because it takes a lot of power to do that. We're going to turn off all of our lights. Got to leave the heat on. We got to watch our power, because when we're taking off with all this weight, if the engine RPMs drop just a little bit, we'll lose our generators and we'll fall out of the sky. So we'll have to turn everything on once we're up in the air. Alright, brake is off. Whoop, hold on. Brake back on. Let me get a generic heading for us here. We don't have cool navigation technology in this thing, so... 110 was it? Oh. 110. Okay, there's 110.
Generator 2 failure.
And we lost the generator anyway.
Failure. Generator 1 failure. Generator 1 failure.
Alright, we're gonna have to try to do a takeoff, runway takeoff. Oh, I'm stuck in the ground. Let me see if I can get transitional lift from here. Good old Russian helicopters. Once we get transitional lift, we'll be okay. I'm just watching those RPMs on that engine so I can increase my collective pitch as the engine calms down. Alright, we're on the way. Wasn't that exciting. Oh, he got it neutralized. We don't need the weapons anymore. Good shit. Alright, I'm on the way. Jesus. It's either extremely windy or this thing is wonky as hell right now. Oh, that's why. Damn. Okay, I got it. Let me reset my passives. I should have checked that. When a generator popped, I had to reset my AFCS systems. Alright, we're good now. I'm not even going to turn the weapons on. I'm just going to head towards the place to capture. If I turn the weapons on, I'm going to risk... although we'll be lighter when we get there because we'll have burnt a bunch of fuel. We're not going to burn that much fuel, to be honest. Save power everywhere we can. Anti-icing is on auto, on. Okay, we got it. All the anti-icing is on. That's probably one of the reasons why our generator was having trouble. It's really cold, plus all the anti-icing being running. I probably could have shut that off to save power just for the takeoff. Once we're in flight, we can turn stuff back on, but when we land, we're going to have to land onto the runway, actually, just to make sure we don't hurt the engines because of how heavy we are. Flying helicopters is an adventure. Actually, you know what I am going to do? I'm going to turn on my weapons because I'm going to shoot all my rockets. We don't have any targets to kill. Oh. Alright, we're just going to get rid of our rockets into the water so we can lose the weight. We'll leave the autocannon ammo. If we have to shoot something, we'll just turn it on. Hey, Hawk, what's going on? Yeah, I think this is one I downloaded. I didn't make it, but yeah, this is one of the ones I downloaded. I don't think it's one of the stock ones. I just thought it looked good. Most of the standard MI8 skins are very desert, as is a lot of the Russian equipment. Mainly because Russia, you know, most of their wars they've been involved in over the last so long were, you know, Afghanistan and Middle East. Shit, Afghanistan's basically an Mi-24 Hind graveyard. They lost so many Hinds messing with Afghanistan. Oh, what'd you do, Grim? Did you design me a skin with my logo on it? Jog my memory. Oh wow, we are getting some turbulence going on. We're almost across the channel. Oh, the first channel. We gotta go across another channel. Oh, really? Jumping back in to finish the map? Which chapter? Yeah, I remember the mission. Wasn't it like 3 missions for the whole story? The only one I ever messed with was the one where you had all the grumbles. on the modern Marianas. The rescue mission with 1,001 grumbles. That's awesome. Oh, and now there's Chinooks. Chinooks will be great for that rescue mission. Oh my god, this is such a long flight. What's the limit?
I see. I see.
Yeah, so if you fill up the Chinook and you take a grumble, that pretty much tosses the mission. Okay, so as long as you don't lose them all at once, then you'll be okay. If somebody dies and you lose some evacuees, you just need to chill for a second. Is there time limits? Do you have time to try to do some SEAD strikes to thin out the grumbles a little bit? Okay, 7 hours. Probably can't thin out the grumbles that much. Oh, I think I've actually got my force trim pretty set. That's hands off the controls. We're just sliding a small amount. I mean, just flying that low in a helicopter for that long a period of time is going to be really taxing, especially across the ocean. I hate flying over water in a helicopter, let alone at really low altitudes. Messes with my stroke brain a little bit. So it's going to be hard to complete for sure. Yeah, you don't even have to get that high either. Those grumbles are pretty hungry. Without the grumbles, it would be taxing to do those helicopter routes. With the grumbles, making that forces you to be so low, it's going to be hard. Need to do like an event, get everybody together on like one evening to try to run the mission and see how they do. Like a big ass play test. Get you some feedback. That's a good idea, sort of, but I can tell you exactly what the real pilots are going to say when they try it. the exact first thing that's going to come into their head is, we wouldn't try that with no suppression. I'm sure they'd still try it though, just for the game aspect of it. If SEAD's available, then yeah, they would try to find out where the grumbles are that can hit the choke points. Take out those grumbles and then they can leave the other ones. So you only have to fly low in certain areas, and then once you spit out onto the ocean, you've got SEAD coverage. If SEAD's available and there's enough people, yeah, you can strat it out. Tomcats. I don't think you can use a Phantom on that map. I don't think any of the airfields are big enough. The one airfield that's big enough to use a Phantom is in the enemy area. Just because the Phantoms in DCS are not carrier capable yet. Alright, does it follow that? Sort of. Yeah, I think we go up here and then kind of turn up and head that way up the valley. We'll get there. Yeah, that map's not very good for the Phantom. Actually, that mission wouldn't be good for the Phantom either. The only thing it could possibly do would be maybe bomb ground targets or use like hobos or walleyes to attack enemy boats, but it would never get close enough to do any of that. The grumbles would chew those Phantoms up like nothing. I think the one time I was successful on that mission, I had to do an alpha high AOA, high velocity harm shot, and I was able to kill some of the grumbles and not die using a Viper. That's the only success I had. But I had to play it like perfectly by the numbers, and I still had to dodge like 3 grumbles to get that shot off. So there's no way a Phantom would be able to do. You wouldn't even really be able to do it with a Hornet, probably. I needed the ELANT pod to get that shot off. So you're definitely going to need some good Viper pilots to pull SEAD on that map. To push some of the grumbles back a little bit, so the helicopters can have at least a certain amount of space free of being shot at. Grandpa Buff? What the hell is that? how far up to that? It is that river. Okay, it is that river. So if we just follow this river up, we will run into the runway. Habitual line crosser. I think I know who you're talking about, yeah. He's the retired GBI guy, right? Hey, Schultz, what's going on? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. How's it run? Have you put some people in there to see if there's any lag and so on? At least the Marianas map is pretty optimized. No, wait. Marianas actually had a optimization problem with it. I remember when every time you take off and you go over the hill on that first island, it would like get these real laggy spots, but then it would smooth out. Did they fix that when they did the new map? Okay, a lot smoother. Good, good. I was hoping when they remade the map for the World War II version of Marianas that hopefully they optimized the old map a bit. There were a few spots when you flow over, it would like get real choppy. Okay, I see the runway. Let's go. We're gonna go ahead and drop down now. And we are gonna land on the runway like a Russian helicopter should, so we don't blow the generators again. Yeah, is that the island with the little airfield that you take off from? That was like really choppy around there for, I don't even know why. There wasn't much there. I assumed it had something to do with the underlying Eagle Dynamics programming. Alright, we are descending and trying not to over-accelerate. So we're watching that airspeed and keeping it at 250 kilometers an hour or below. Watching that VVI. Alright, let's pull it out a little bit more. Man, they got the sound so good. You can really hear that backwater rush just chopping the air. Hey, Graham, do you have the LA7? Not yet, okay. You got the Corsair though, right? Oh, I thought you had the Corsair. I wonder if they've worked out that thing. I know there was a lot of people that, I mean, everyone loves the Corsair, but there was also some very specific problems that it had. I wonder if they've fixed those yet. Something with the controls and the flight model and then the lighting. Man, we were so high. Thought I had a pretty good glide slope, but we're still going to be way high by the time we get there. We need to drastically come down now. So we unloaded the rotor completely. We're dive gliding. Basically auto-rotating. That's a cool little town. The Super Herc? Are you just talking about the one that we have, the C-130J? Oh, I gotcha. Alright, now we're looking good. Now we're making a good approach. I guess let's come down on the taxiway, just in case that C-130 up in the air is going to come over here to land, so we'll come in on the taxiway. I actually do too. I kind of really... That's why I like these North Pole servers, these hardcore North Pole servers. I like how we have to actually handle the logistics. Like when we capture this airfield, it's not going to have a bunch of missiles and bombs in the warehouse. We'll have to grab a C-130 and bring supplies and bombs and everything, specifically each kind of bomb and missile and everything from the warehouse back there and fly it over here. I actually really enjoy that aspect of these hardcore servers. And I really like the C-130 for that. I put a lot of miles on my C-130 and my Chinook ever since I got them. I enjoy them both. It's actually, this is the first time I've used the hip in a little while. Mainly because I can put some weaponry on the hip. There might have been trucks here I had to have killed, so it renders the Chinook a little more worthless. Door gunners aren't going to be too good against technicals. Alright, let's slow our forward momentum a little bit. It does. They really need to optimize that thing. It's so bad if somebody spawns a Chinook, everyone around it lags, not just the player using the Chinook. It's so unoptimized. They really need to fix that. They're aware of it. They'll get to it, but it's super bad. I agree. And there's no DAFCS and AFCS systems programmed into it yet, so you're flying it super raw except for the altitude hold. None of the actual passive augments that the helicopter runs off of are installed in DCS at the moment, so it flies real fucking rough. So we're going to do our very best not to try to VTOL too much, and we're going to try to just land like an airplane so that we don't blow the generators. Booyah! All right, we captured it and we tiered it up twice. Hey, what's going on, Vic? Oh my gosh, that was a flight and a half to capture that point. So now the warehouse has got like what, 10? Oh, yeah, see the warehouse has like nothing. So now we got to do a friggin' resource run, except we don't really need to because we're not going to be flying out of here really. We just need to capture it. Now we need to come down here to Bodo and try to capture Berg-Basen. Yeah, you and your alien timetables, Vic. You don't count. What are you talking about? Well, I guess we might be striking this airfield from the middle. Oh, that's not a SAM system. That's just crap. There is 2 gauntlets there, though. So there's 2 GBIs, but there's no full-on SAM system. Oh, here it is. There's the 11. But I think we're going to have to come over here to Bodo now and start attacking Bergs. NPCs will keep delivering supplies into Bardu to get the resources up. This guy right here is doing that right now. Or he should be. I guess I can grab a... I don't think it's worth my time to fly supplies into this airfield when Andalia's right there, and we're not going to be flying from either of these two probably very much. We'll be probably coming out of Bodo. So I think we need to strike Berg. Berg is a FARP, and it has a gecko. Of course there's a fucking gecko in the way. There's almost nothing there, but there's a gecko. Which means I can't just grab a helicopter to go assault it. There's an MI8 getting ready to head over there to add stuff, though. Bruce is too far away to get it, huh? And I'm not in the radio with Bruce. Bruce, are you in the chat? Do you hear me? We're switching down south to Bodo, and there is an MI8 that is heading towards Bergs, trying to resupply it. We need it to disappear. Alright, I'm switching over to Bodo. Okay. I'm taking an A-10 out of Bodo, and I'm going to start hitting Bergs. We got to take care of that gecko. We're going to have to use a Maverick for it. And we are going to take our pod this time to see if we can slow down the lock off the gecko. Let's take 2 GBU-12s. That'll be fine. Hopefully we don't get jumped. Bergs is number 13. So it says, yep, Bergs, that's the one. Uh, 30-20. And got it. Active runway is 25. I don't really give a shit about that, probably. Nope, that's fine. That's the runway I was going to go to. Again, it spawns me in the like one of the worst spots to get to the runway. Good old DCS. They really need to work on the programming behind the dynamic spawning. It is so janky. Okay. I need to come out and hang a left. It did not load all the way either. We're missing some textures. In theory, in a normal airfield, you would follow the yellow line to your, and the signs to your runway, but I just don't trust DCS. We should hang a left. Runway should be right over there. You can see the signs there. Yeah, this looks right. Alright, we'll just take off. Rolling start. The windsock says there's almost no wind. I have a feeling that's wrong. Every time there's no wind, when I take off, I start fishtailing hard. Alright, 140. Rotating. Gotta keep looking down at that friggin' gear handle every time I hit my landing gear button because it's all shorted out. I'm gonna have to rebind that and just not use my HOTAS for landing gear anymore because that button's shorting out way too much. Alright, where's my cake? Alright, Bergs is over there. Let's head that way. Yeah, I see no wind and my HUD is like sliding off the side because of the amount of push we're getting. Although the wind as you go up higher is going to be different than what it is at the ground, but we ain't really that high to go from no wind to strong wind. Alright, I'm gonna head towards Bergs. I'm gonna put a Maverick on the Gecko first, and hopefully I have time to kill that if Bruce doesn't get to that MI8 first. I don't know if he's ever... Don't run out of fuel. Hopefully you're conserving. I'm heading that way, but I've got to kill the Gecko before I fly over the spot to get to the MI8, so I'm gonna fire on the Gecko and then I will... Alright, let's get the Mavs warming up. I forgot to turn on all my other stuff on the ground, so it's going to take a few minutes, which is fine. I am not that far away. Is my targeting pod timed in? Not yet. Oh, there is a mountain in the way too. That's going to be an issue. Climb, baby, climb. Everything is wrong. Something I got a bad spawn in. My INS is messed up. We'll be fine, but it's all messed up. Can I even go back to Boda? Yeah, the waypoints are correct, but the HSI is janked out. Is the HSI gonna read 27 miles? It's trying to. Alright, well, let's get our sensors over there. Yeah, we can't see that Gecko yet because of the mountain. I'm gonna have to head this direction and get to the south of it a little bit. We can't fly right over the mountain at the Gecko because as soon as we clear the mountain and see it, it's going to be shooting a bunch of SAMs at us. Gecko is a mobile, self-contained SAM launcher. It's got its own radar on wheels. It can move around and shoot at you. Doesn't have the range of like a Grumble or something, but it'll still kill you if you let it. So we're gonna fly this direction. Till we can see it. Mavericks are up. How much do you want to bet they're on the side of that mountain? Is that a frozen lake right there? Is that what I'm looking at? Like a frozen fjord? There's the FARP. So it was to the northwest of the FARP. That gecko should be right here somewhere. Should be looking at it. There it is. Got it. Gecko's the one on the left right there. That thing to the right of it, that's a dog ear, and that's a Zill truck holding ammo for the gecko. So, here we go. Let's see, make sure we're all good. Master arms on. Let's reset that Maverick. I'm almost ready to fire on that gecko, Bruce, then I'm going to head towards... I'm going to shoot my Maverick and then I'm going to come back around and kill whatever's there, and I'm going to head towards that MI8. Unless you've got it. Slaving. Alright, I'm ready to... Oh, they're so stacked.
For one, I do have the MI8 on my hard pad. Correction, SA8.
Yeah, I'm on the SA8 right now.
Sounds good. I'm still looking for the MI8.
$13 miles. Damn, you know what? This is, they're gonna, my Maverick is gonna clip. All right, let's switch our machine to SAM2. Let's make sure we can try to actively keep that thing from locking us so quick. $10 miles, we should have contrast any second. Oh. It's not what I want to shoot though. Got it. Mavericks are away.
Copy.
Oh, Bruce is on that hip. If you can see them. Those things can be hard to see sometimes if you can't get them on the radar. Alright, we're waiting for BDA. Oh, there we go. Boom. 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 We got them all. Look at that. Shack all three SA targets. Berg's neutral. We definitely have to kill that MI-8 now so it doesn't recapture it. I'm going to head your direction too to help. Right over the water. This is Kola. The big old Kola. The frozen fjords.
Splash, MI8.
Copy, good splash. Alright, I guess there's a gecko over here too. I'm gonna do I've got a couple of Mavericks left. I'm gonna sling them over at Jock, waypoint 14, before I RTB.
That's a copy. I have 4 times harms. Would you like for me to use those harms in the area?
There's a gecko over there. If you can get a radar lock on it or a ELANT lock on it, go for it.
That's a copy.
There's also another gecko at Skogs, which is waypoint 12. We've got plenty of fuel. We've got 2 bombs, 3 Mavericks, 7 Predator rockets, and we've still got 1150 rounds of Freedom. Oh, there's another damn mountain in the way. I'm noticing a theme. Alright, so we're going to have to head way over here to the south and then get a bead on it. Which our lightning pod is on the left wing, so that's why I'm always offsetting to the right. And also because that means I turn left for orbit. And you never turn right. That's just weird. Planes turn left. Banking right is a very odd thing. If you've ever been in a plane, you know what I mean. It's way more natural and comfortable to pull G's to your left. Oh man, they're back into that cubby. It might be a hard shot. There's a mountain kind of right in the way on the west, south, and north of the area.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at through my target bar right now.
I'm flowing farther south and east and then turning back in to start striking.
I just got eyes on him and just 2-0 though.
tally targets.
Magnum, that's 8.
Copy 8. There's a Terminator and a tank. Putting Mavericks on Terminators and heavy armor.
I did get an effect on target, but I didn't shack the SA8.
Looks like he did.
I think back at the dog area just got destroyed.
Copy check. Mavericks in a minute.
I am moving to waypoint 1-2 to take out the SA8 there now.
Copy Skogs. We're just going to spread the Mavericks through here a little bit, and then we'll come back around and drop our GBUs. And then if there's no man pads or anything, we might go in for some gun before we RTB. Alright, come on, I need contrast, baby. That's definitely a Terminator. It definitely needs to die. Those are mean. 9 miles. Solid contrast rifle. There's the T90 rifle. Rifle. Rifle times 3. No wind. Alright, and Pickle, 1 bomb is away. There we go, we got the, we're lasing, we got the T90 and we got the Terminator. Laser off. Alright, we got 1 more bomb. We did get the man pad with the secondary explosion, which is what I was hoping for. Let's see if there's any heavy armor down there. No, those are trucks and garbage. There's a tank. Alright. Yeah, that's a tank. We're gonna put our last GBU-12 on this tank. Marked. We'll come back around, drop this bomb.
Magnum S8 and Magnum dog gear.
Copy, Magnum. What else is left there? Oh, there's still a man pad down there that's near death. We'll hit him with a, I believe that's the other Terminator I'm looking at, maybe. Is that what that is? Yeah, that's the other Terminator. We're definitely going to drop our bomb on him. That other man pad's near death. We can probably kill him with a Predator rocket and stay at least, 3 miles away from him. I don't know if he's going to shoot. He has no life. I don't know why he's still alive. Oh, sun glare. Just what I always wanted. $18 seconds. Pickle. Adjusting and lasing. Right on his hatch. Boom. Alright, laser off. So what do we got left there? We need to find this guy, just so he don't shoot me with a friggin' eagle as I'm coming in. Is that him right there? Nope, that's dead man. That's him, but he looks dead. Is there another one around here somewhere? There we go. There he is. Yeah, see, he's still alive and he's still holding his Igla, so... Predator rocket time. We just have to get near him. Got to be within 4 miles. So we'll just get in the keyhole. Okay, we're ready. Laser is on. Rifle 1. And pre-flaring. There you go, right in his foot. Boom. Alright, he didn't make it. Alright, I don't think there's any danger down there anymore, is there? Oh, well, there's still some cords. Let's see if we can find these cords. There's a cord right there. Marked. Alright, let's hit him with a Predator rocket. And it gimbal rolled, didn't it? Yeah, I got no idea where he is now. Alright, one Predator rocket away, lasing. Gotcha. Okay, I see some more stuff near it. Alright, guns, guns, guns.
Pull up, pull up. Altitude, altitude.
Alright, what do we got left? Cord, dish gun, and BRDM2. I need to find those. I have a feeling they're in the smoke or something. Ah. Put a Predator rock on that BRDM. Or actually, we can just gun it. We just have to know where it is. Well, there is the other cord. Gotcha. That might be something right there. No, that's all blown up. What was it? There's a BRDM and a Dishka. And there goes my targeting pod. I had it on inertial. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Okay, there's the Dishka. BRDM is just to the side of it. I can't see it because of the smoke, I think. Yeah, that smoke is really blocking a lot. Well, there's the dish guy that's almost dead, but it's not quite dead. Let's go finish that thing off and see if we can see the BRDM. Alright, and lasing. Rifle 1. I really don't see that BRDM. It says it's over here, but I'm just not seeing it. It must be covered up by that smoke. Boom. Wait a minute. That's it right there, I think. Yeah, that's it right there. We got it. Come around and we'll verify in the targeting pod. What's our fuel looking like? We're good. We're way good. We're in an A10. We can stay up here for days. Yes, that is the BRDM-2 right there, for sure. Alright, rolling in.
Pull up, pull up.
Alright. Should be everything, right? Unless there's something on the FARP. Nope, we got it. Neutralized. Hell yes. Alright, we're RTB. Point neutralized, RTB. And we're actually getting a lot done. Moving right along. I didn't over-G my airframe or anything. And it looks like the NPCs are getting ready to capture Bergs soon. See if I can get my trim set. That's probably as good as it's gonna get. For some reason, DCS A10s don't trim out. You can trim close. Did I get shot in my pal? I did. I got shot on the pod. My ECM pod got damaged. Alright, what is the course line for Boda? 256 magnetic. Alright, roughly that. We pretty much used everything we had. What do we got? 3 Predator rockets. We got 3 Predator rockets left. Ow. And we got 600 rounds of gun left, so we used a lot. We didn't waste it though. We killed everything there. So that's what, 3 points tonight already in like the longest, hardest map. That's pretty good. Although we haven't been jumped very much, or Bruce has just kept the enemies. Oh, there's a Fulcrum. They got Fulcrums up in the air. Enemy is now launching MiG-29S model Fulcrums, so those are going to be R-77 equipped.
So copy.
That's mean. R-77s are Russian AMRAAMs. They're Fox 3s. Very mean.
Do you need me to go over and switch, track?
I'm just RTB. I'm good right now.
So copy.
For red side, absolutely, yeah. R-77s are the best ones. But you can't equip them on very much, so you can equip them on the Fulcrum S model, which is only if you have Flaming Cliffs 3. The full fidelity Fulcrum is an A model. As far as I know, you can't put 77s on an A model. You shouldn't be able to anyway. And the R-77s are flanker approved, but not the original 27 and 33. But you can put them on the J11. So if you want to use 77s, you can use the Flaming Cliffs J11, the Chinese flanker. The one that almost started a war for stealing technology. Oh look, he shot my chaff too. He shot me in the chaff. That's why I went from 200 chaff to 90. It's not because I used it, it's because he shot it. But yeah, in DCS, the 77s, they're going to act just like an AMRAAM in, you know, technically, sort of. So they can fire them off of an electrical optical lock, they can fire them from a TWS passive track, and they won't give you an RWR warning until they go pitbull, just like an AMRAAM. So they're definitely dangerous. They don't quite have the same range as an AMRAAM, but in DCS they might be very similar. I'm not really sure exactly. In reality they're not quite the same, but in DCS I think they act very similar. But in DCS our AMRAAMs are a little underpowered, as is all the American stuff in DCS is a little underpowered for, you know, normal reasons you would think. The reasons you think in your head why the actual American stuff would be a little different in real life as it is to DCS would be all the reasons you think it is. Yeah, in terms of DCS, the R-77 is an AIM-120C, and the R-73 is an AIM-9X. And all the other Russian missiles don't matter all that much. Like the R-27R is a Fox 1. The R-27ER is the same thing as the R, except it's got a little bit better booster, so it actually has a little bit more range, but not a ton. But they're Fox 1s. 27 ETs are the extended range heater missiles that you can fire from range using the electrical optical sensor. R60 aphids are just pure hot garbage. Those are the really old heaters that would be kind of like an AIM-9 Bravo. So mainly rear aspect, easily flared, poor booster, poor seeker. You can get a kill with them, but I mean, if they flare it or know it's coming, probably not. Boy, this guy's taking his sweet time landing. He's been flying over bergs ever since I was like leaving Jock. Hey THC, how's it going? I'm doing alright. I'm doing the best I can. I kind of had to take a week off involuntarily for medical and government reasons. Oh, I guess, which, by the way, just so, I need to write it down or I'll post it in the Discord somewhere or something, but in late July, I'm going to be gone for a little bit. I believe on July 31st. And I'll be gone for probably about a week, I think. I can't say exactly how long I'll be gone, but it's probably about 5 or 6 days. Oh, now it's gonna post the cast mission to get extra credits and points after I've destroyed, 30 friggin' ground targets. 28 ground targets, sorry, my bad. What runway is that? 25. Oh, yep, there goes the other one. He's heading for Jock. When's the next airfield? Okay, there's one there. Vidzil. And that's got a full-on SAM system, so it's going to need SEAD. Jock Mock. That's also I got a runway. How long is that? Is that usable? Looks usable. Yeah, it's a mile long. It's usable. That's got an SA-11. Oh, we're getting some SAMs now. Gallivare is a FARP. What did they have there, though? Gecko. Okay, that's fine. Just a single Gecko and Skogs. I believe Bruce took out the Gecko at Skogs, so it's just armor now. We'll have to get in there with like an A-10 again. Or something else. I usually just use the A-10 because I... there. I could go back like with a Hornet or a Viper and drop some bombs, but with the A-10 I can just kill more of them. 6 Mavericks, and then, depending on how far I am, I can lower my fuel and take, 6 Mavericks, 6 GBU-12s, and a shitload of gun. And some Predator rockets, and just get a lot of work done. Alright, let's get ready to land. Alright, tally runway. We'll just fly the HSI. Boom! He just now finally captured Bergs. That was the longest descent ever. That Blackhawk was over the area for like almost 10 minutes, I think. Alright, we're idle, lining up the HSI. And according to the HSI, we should be looking right down the runway, roughly. Yep, pretty good. Alright, boards out. God, that wind is gross. We are just twerking sideways hard. Alright, let's go half flaps. We're just gonna glide for a bit. We're almost flying completely sideways. I'm gonna have to rudder in real hard. Normally I can just crab it, but with this much, we're gonna definitely have to rudder into it more than normal. I bet you Bruce is having a lot of fun landing that Viper with these conditions. Especially if he's super light. If he's fired all of his missiles and he's low on fuel, this thing, it would probably be a real treat. Alright, gear down, flaps down to full. And we're standing on that left rudder a decent amount. Just a test, let's go off the rudders. Oh god, that's no rudder. That wind is just gnarly. Alright, on speed. What's up, Axon? How are you doing? I am surviving.
Altitude, altitude.
Trying to drift my A-10 into a runway. It's about as smooth as we're gonna get it with that kind of wind. Literally had to kick the rudder when I got the tire on the ground just so we didn't twerk. Holy shit. Now that run was worth a lot. 780 credit run. That's the stuff. Bruce, you actually rescued my oh, good, you got all those credits I left behind when that stupid MiG shot me down. Nice. Alright, we captured Bergs, we got Bodo, and we've got one Chinook heading for Jock to capture that one that we just neutralized. I guess we need to start pushing for Jock Mock and Vidzel. Both of them are airfields. They're both they're both next up to capture, and they both have SAMs that we're gonna have to take care of. We're in North Pole modern hardcore rotation, and the rotation is on Kola. So we're up in the frozen fjords. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to suppress some SAMs. There's one SA-6, so that's just a single straight flush. There's no GBIs in the way. And Jock Mock's got an SA-11 with 2 GBIs defending. So Jock Mock is gonna be a problem. We're gonna have to do some SEAD into there. Was Bergs no, Bergs is just a FARP. That's right, we don't gotta worry about that. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna get up in a Viper and do some, we're gonna have to do some... I gotta take out those 2 GBIs, or else we're not gonna be able to kill the SAMs at all. So let's do that. We'll come out of Bodo again. Alright, harms, fuel, paint job, everything that's super important. Fuel, bombs, paint. Unless you have a co-pilot like a Jester or a George, then you need paint chips so they have something to snack on. Alright, where did it park me? Oh, look at that. We can just take off. If only it was that good every time. I think the first place I'm going to have to go to is waypoint 16. That's going to be Jock Mock. That's where the SA-11 is that's got the 2 GBIs. So the GBIs are the main target. We got to kill the 2 SA-15 Tor gauntlets. Those are dead, then we can start attacking all the SAMs with impunity, but until the GBIs are out of the way. GBIs can intercept our harms, so we're gonna have to do the high alpha, the high velo, high angle harm shots onto them. We'll get it done. Put 2 on each. We should get them in the first try. As long as I am able to get the speed and altitude proper. If I could be at least at 30,000 feet and then going at least Mach 1 when I let them loose, and I'm at least roughly 75% inside max range of the harm, that should give it the speed and angle that I need to kind of make it too hard for the GBIs to intercept. That's the goal. Alright, let's just take the runway and go. We'll get everything else worked out once we're in the air. Oh, we haven't been in a fast mover on Kola yet. We've been doing helicopters and A-10s mainly. Oh no, we did a Hornet. We did that broach run on that first airfield earlier. Alright, gear coming up. What was that waypoint? 16. If it's correct. For some reason the Viper's pre-briefed waypoints sometimes are way off. What'd I say? 16. What's up, Huddy? How are you doing tonight? Alright, we're climbing for altitude. Let's hit the blower. We're gonna get up there quicker. We're gonna utilize our bag. Man, it's windy. Look at that. Even the Vipers just jock it all over the place. Let's go ahead and fence in.
Alright, I'm back at comms. What waypoint are you headed to?
I'm heading to waypoint 16, Jokmok, going after the two GBIs that are guarding the SA-11. So I'm going to be firing on the two SA-15s.
Let's see, copy.
Alright, we're almost up to 30,000 feet. We're going to definitely need 30,000. Or else the formula just doesn't work as good. We can still pull it off from below 30,000, but I mean, if you know the parameters to give yourself the highest advantage you can have, you're going to do everything to make sure you're in those parameters to get the best advantage you can get. If you're smart. Which I'm not, so it's a miracle that I'm doing this. Alright, leveling off 30,000 feet, and we're off blower after we get a little speed. Bag still has fuel, I don't want to use it all. Get a little speed built up. It's going to be hard to maintain much speed at 30,000 feet where we are currently in this weather. But I don't want to sit on the blower. We'll run out of fuel too quick. Alright, we're doing almost Mach 1. So our GBIs are right here at this point. There's two SA-15s right there, but we're a ways away. This map is really big, so yeah, that's 120 miles right there. Big, big map. All right, let's come off of, and let's get set up to drop our bag. We're conserving fuel as best we can, so we're only pulling 5,500 pounds an hour. So that's really good. Especially because we're almost doing Mach 1 and we're only pulling that amount of fuel. You know, I've never actually done this map in winter. It looks pretty cool. I bet you it looks really cool down in the marshlands to the south. What is the distance across there? 400 miles? Ew, that's a lot. At least they added... I remember when the map first came out, they didn't have near as many airfields, so there was just this huge swaths that you couldn't even access without tankers. Which is cool, but it's not very cool for people that want to, like, you know, get into like a war or a dynamic war like this. No one's going to do it if you have to, like, use tankers just to get a single mission. Mill simmers would love it, like, for a mission every now and then, but just as a map using for everybody, not good. Oh, bag is almost empty. What's up, Hatch? How's it going? Squishy, how are you? Do I find the weapon systems easier or more complicated? What do you mean? Which weapon systems are you referring to? But just to answer the question blanket, I do not find any weapon system complicated, but I have a built-in cheat code. I know there are a lot of complicated systems in these jets that people can have a little bit of a time kind of learning. I do not have that problem, but I understand that it is a thing. But I've been around jets and grew up around jets and military pilots and military bases, and I flew most of my life as well. Not in the military. I did not get to join the military, but I did fly. So I've been around this shit all the time. So I don't find it complicated. You know, I did have a mild amount of trouble with the Hornet, but it wasn't because the system was complicated. It's because the undesignate was a little buggy, but I think they fixed that. But as for complicated, I'm not the right guy to ask. Even if it's a system I don't know at all, I can pick it up and not have much problem with it pretty quick. Because a lot of systems are very similar. Alright, bag is empty. Let's lose it. Merry Christmas. Alright, we're on internal. There we go. F-16 is an amazing aircraft. It's not really primitive for the most part. It's actually... it's the first digital plane. The Viper is the first plane that went fully digital. That's why the stick right here, which is funny, I'll tell you about the stick first. So this is an A10 stick, and it's been modified and changed to be mounted in here, and it's a fully digital stick, so this doesn't actually move very much in real life, just very small amount. And that's because all the controls are electronic and digital. All of it is. It can fire, you know, it can use targeting pods, laser guided, GPS. It's got everything. It's not really primitive at all. It still stands up today. It's a great platform. And it is, yes, very cool. And I think the systems in the Viper are probably, I don't know, like it's hard for me to say, but I would say I think the Viper's easier for people to learn than the Hornet. because the Hornet is so nerfed up. I don't think it's necessarily complicated, but the Hornet has a lot of extra steps and functions because, like I said, it's a modern nerfed jet. It's got multiple redundancies of safety features and passives that run that can cause a lot of issues for people. Well, if you're having trouble getting your targeting pod on target with the F-16, then you definitely need to do a workshop with GPS coordinates and also using your helmet mount sight to set a SPI onto the ground. Those are going to be your two main ways to get your targeting pod looking somewhere you want it to look. The best, easiest way is to get a GPS coordinate of the target location, make it into a waypoint. There you go. Then you can just turn on your targeting pod and turning on your put your Mavericks, turn them on and put them on pre-planned, and then use the waypoint to get all this stuff on target. And then of course using your helmet mount, you can also designate that as your SPI and then set the SPI onto whatever you're looking at. They're not very hard to do, but if you don't know how to do it, then it'll definitely be an issue. So you need to look those up. You need to do that. Which, I'm not going to do it tonight, but sometime if I've got time I can run through that stuff with you. I've done it many times for many people. Look at that, we're almost to the AO and we still got we got a good load of internal fuel still. Yeah, it's all about the SPI, your sensor point of interest. Whatever your sensor point of interest is where your sensors are going to be looking. So if you have a SPI set on the ground, when you turn your targeting pod on, that's where it's going to be looking. And then from there you can take control of the targeting pod and move it wherever you want. So just learning how to get your SPI close to the targets before you're even ready to do anything is the way to get in control with that and be comfortable with it. So I suggest learning how to set GPS. Getting comfortable with GPS, which is not hard to do, and then also learning how to use your helmet mount to set a SPI will give you a lot of help as well. Then you can just set your SPI on the ground and put your weapons on visual instead of pre-plan, and then you can use your custom SPI you just set. And then your targeting pod will be looking right there. And of course your Mavericks will be looking where your targeting pod is. Oh, I'm slipping a little bit. It really is important to maintain that Angels 30 for this style of shot. Now the only problem is they got to turn on. Hopefully they'll turn on because those SA-11s will be tracking me, but they're not yet. Yeah, they're not yet. The only thing I've got on my receiver is their AWACS. If they don't turn on, there's not a whole hell of a lot I can do but lose altitude and try to coax them to turn on, but then I'm going to lose my... It'll make my shots less effective. If I've got to drop down to like 18,000 feet. Hopefully the SA-11s will start tracking me, and then the two Tors will turn on, because they should be tracking me right now, but they're not, which is really weird. Yeah, that whole system is just sitting there dormant still. It hadn't turned on. Well, this is not boding well. There we go. What do we got? Nothing. I was really hoping something turned on. Oh, well, here we go. There is something. Alright, I'm gonna fire on that anyway. Because maybe that will get them to wake up. There we go. That woke them up. That's the SA-11. Oh, you're kidding me. It's shot already?
Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare.
That's some bullshit.
Cap flare.
So that's a problem with DCS for sure. These enemy SAMs are turning on and firing almost immediately, and they're not showing up on the ELANT pod at all, which is impossible. If that got me too. What the fuck? That was insane.
Bingo. Bingo. Caution. Caution. Warning.
Did they also shoot down my harm?
Altitude.
I think they shot down my harm too. I didn't get to look at the receiver. I really wish they would think about that. That's not realistic. Yeah, but that was on the search radar, which I did hit. That was just a search radar I shot at. The SA-11 never showed up on the ELANT pod. It turned on and fired immediately, and then it never showed up on the ELANT pod, which is impossible. It can't do that. The ELANT pod would see it and track it faster and better than the receiver would. So that's kind of silly. And I think it's another one of those defects that happens because on these North Pole servers that there's scripting and coding working in the background trying to make everything more difficult and harder, and sometimes it makes things act unrealistically, like tanks that have ground units that have psychic ability and they know when you drop a JDAM, so they just move out of the way. I think that's what's happening here on these North Pole servers with some of these SAM units. So I did a little bit of damage, but... And the way that SA-11 got to me, it's like it was already in the air. God, we'd be... Oh, how far is that, though? That's really far. $63 miles. Woo, that's a lot. We'll see what Bruce does. Bruce has got 2 harms and some Mavericks. Problem is those are SA-11s, so they all have their own built-in radars too. Not quite as good as their track radar, but everything on the North Pole servers is like all ace. It's all maxed out. It's beyond maxed out because, like I said, there's extra custom scripting that's making it even harder and more responsive, which causes unrealistic things to happen sometimes. Like stealth SAMs that never get detected by your ELANT pod even though they've got you locked up and are shooting at you. And psychic units. Well, hopefully Bruce can get some stuff done, but the problem is with just 2 harms, all those SA-11s can shoot on their own. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 launchers. They've all got 4 missiles. And there's 2 GBIs still. Oh, I like playing on the war servers. I love these dynamic war servers. There's always something to do. Oh, he's firing. That's going to be his harm. Well, that's good. He's farther away than I was, so they must have turned their radars on for him. Or he's shooting off of a waypoint. Ruck. That does look like a ruck shot though. That looks like he's got a track. I don't see any Tor gauntlets kicking off yet. No intercepts yet. Still no intercepts. Should be a good hit. Hopefully it's got a good splash. It looks like I got a oh, here's the GBIs. Nah, they intercepted. Single shot intercept. Tor Gauntlet got it. Good angle. That's a good angle. This might be a better shot, Bruce. You've got the angle good. It still might get intercepted, but this is a better shot. It's coming down real steep. Yeah, good velocity too. It looks like you're gonna get a hit. That's a good shot. They were psychic. Yeah, did you see that? They're psychic. They literally were moving before the missile even got there. What did you kill though? It looks like you got one of the SA-15s. Good. No, it was damage. He got one of the SA-15s. So there's still one SA-15 left. And then there's some SA-11s. We're gonna have to hit it some more. But you did get one of the intercepts. So one more intercept down and the site will be wide open. Unless you think you can get a Maverick off, but I imagine you're gonna get shot in the face if you try to get a Maverick off. But you might. Let me get back up in the air with some more harms. We'll hit it again. JSOW would get intercepted super easy. Until the GBI's out of the way. Once the GBI is dead, then yeah, JSOWs will be fine. But with the GBI there, not a chance. Unless you just flood it with like all 8 shots on the GBI, then one of them's probably gonna get through. But that's a horrible numbers game. The high velocity, high angle shot is the best way to pop them, like that last one Bruce did. The one I was trying to do, except they wouldn't turn on for me. They were stealthing me. Okay. But yeah, once we get rid of that last Tor Gauntlet, sure, you can just do JSOWs from 40 miles out. Throw 8 broaches out there. You might even be able to use CBUs on the SA-11s. They're not armored or anything, but those aren't very like trustworthy. They're not efficient enough with DCS nerfing all cluster munitions so much that they don't do damage anymore. So I usually don't use the CBUs on really anything. Every now and then I will on certain SAM systems because they're so brittle. Alright, mill power. And let's hit the blower. Whoa. What was that? 16, was it? Yeah, 16. There we go. Alright, heading up to the heavens and heading for the waypoint. We're not going to go all the way up to 30,000 just because those SA-15s are being quirky. We'll start bunting right here.
Do it or you're fired!
Alright, off blower. And bag is empty. We didn't conserve fuel that much this time, but we'll be fine. Alright, I'm on my way. Oh, did Bruce get killed? But did he get some Mavericks off? No, it doesn't look like it. Probably got popped by one of those 11s. We're going to go everything on that SA-15. Once that thing's dead, it'll be a cakewalk. We just got to make the 15 disappear. Nope, just AWACS. Oh, we do have some creepers. Low altitude. That might be helicopters. Yeah, that's helicopters. Both of them are helicopters. Oh, no. Okay. He'll make it. This guy's getting ready to capture Jock, so this guy's coming to recapture it. He's not going to make it, though. If that thing's still alive after we shoot our harms off, we'll kill that helicopter on the way back so that it doesn't mess with our capture. I heard they always wanted an AMRAAM. We'll deliver one to them. Well, maybe. If we can get him. Sometimes those helicopters won't let you lock them. There's the AWACS. It's probably invincible though. I think Santa made the AWACS, the enemy AWACS is invincible on these servers. Because I remember I went after one on, I think it was Sinai? No, it was Iraq. It was Sinai or Iraq. I went up there with a Tomcat and hunted down the AWACS, and I hit him with like 3 Phoenix missiles. Didn't take damage. Or it was 2 Phoenixes and I got close enough to hit him with a Sparrow. He just didn't take any damage. Oh, look at that. We can shoot that helicopter. We've got him on radar. We've actually got a lock. Yeah, look at that. We could actually lock him and fire an AMRAAM at him. But I gotta conserve my fuel. I'm not gonna turn into him. But I could. There you go, he's locked. But we'd have to fly at him for a while to get close enough to shoot. I guess we can put a data track on him so we can keep an eye on him. Still good on fuel. We're flying right over Jock right now. Yep. Friendly Sentinel, friendly AWACS. Hopefully we can pull this shit off. What's Bruce backing me up with? Same thing again? Yeah. Harms and Mavericks. Well, hopefully my Harms will take out the Gauntlet. I'm gonna put everything I can into that Gauntlet, because if I kill that, then Bruce can just like lay waste to everything else there. Hopefully I don't get a Ninja SA-11 shot again, and no actual ELANT pod interaction at all. Man, he's kind of getting close. Have they captured yet? Why are you not capturing, dude? Okay, he's landing right now. He's capturing. What's our budget? We do have credits. I'm gonna go ahead and spend some credits as soon as he captures it, to put some defenses in there. He just needs to capture it. What are you doing? Got it, okay. Let's... There we go. It was lagged out. Other shop. Zone upgrades. No, I don't want infantry. Combined arms. Deploy air defenses. And we're looking for Kavik Jock. Right there. Boom. That gives us an Avenger, a Roland, and a Chappie. Okay, we got air defenses now. That helicopter. Oh, the helicopter's going home. Never mind. He turned around anyway. Yeah. That's what I thought. Recognize. Holy crap, what is going on with the lag? Still good on fuel. I got the gauntlet. Triangulating. Alright, this is the way it should work. So we're going to offset to the right and start collecting a track file on that radiation source. Once we get at that maneuver number moving down, there it is, PGM of 3. We're going to offset to the other side now. We're just changing the position that the ELANT pod is collecting data on that radiation source, and getting it from all those different angles will help the computer triangulate it faster and more accurately. At PGM of 2, we'll hit the blower and we'll get close and fast, and we will fire a lot. PGM of 2, we've got it. Here we go, hit the blower. We need at least Mach 1. We have decent range here. I want to get a little bit closer. But we're going to fire more than one, so we're going to fire one from here. Magnum 1. Magnum times 4, SA-15.
Roger, Mr. Copy. Be advised, we have some bombers and MiG kicking off from that MiG-116.
Copy, bombers. Magnum times 4 are away. They're all going off the Tor Gauntlet.
Caution. Caution.
Let's see, copy.
Oh, look at them all, yeah. Yeah, I see them. They're transporting them off from the road. They were hiding them in the trees, that's cool. That's what they actually did with Fulcrums in real life. They would hide them in the trees and take off from the roadways. Shack Tor Gauntlet. Look at their little psychic asses running all over the place. SA-11s are wide open. There are no longer any GBIs.
Let's see, copy. Is there still a search radar for him?
Repeat?
Is there still a search radar for him?
There's SA-11s there, but there's no more GBIs to intercept.
That's copy.
Tally enemy Frogfoot.
Counter.
Defensive, SA-11. Fox 3 Frogfoot.
Cat flare.
Copy. I'm trying to get a PGM 2 now. Back on the SA-11.
Flare. Counter. Altitude. Altitude. Pull up. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
Splash Frogfoot. SA-11 defeated. I'm gonna try to come around on that Fulcrum.
Magnum substitute. I can turn into the Fulcrum. He's hot on me right now.
Fox 3 Fulcrum.
Copy.
Counter. Cat flare. Cat flare.
Defensive. One kill shot is on the Fulcrum.
Cat flare. Cat flare. Pull up. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
Splash Fulcrum. There's another one. Tally the last Fulcrum, I've got him locked. I'm burning to intercept, I've only got one missile, so I'm gonna have to get close.
Cat flare.
Fox 3 Fulcrum, it's my last shot, I'm defensive.
Turn to support.
Altitude. Altitude. Cat flare. Cat flare. Cat flare. Cat flare.
Splash Fulcrum. RTB Winchester, and I'm gonna probably run out of fuel before I get back. So we took out the SA-15 and we shot down 3 jets. That's a lot.
Are you able to call in the ticket?
No, I think I'll be alright. I'm gonna just try to get home. I got 2,000 pounds. I'm gonna get some altitude so I can coast it. All right, there's home. We're gonna try to keep a low throttle and slowly climb up. Yeah, we're like half throttle. We're not even at mill power, so. £2,500. We should be fine. We'll get home. I can probably hit the blower, just get some more altitude and airspeed. All right, mill power. Alright, let's just cruise. We're at 2,100 pounds. We should probably be okay. I hope. If I have to hit the blower anymore though, or mess around, we'll definitely have a little bit of trouble. What are these? Fencers? Yeah, those are fencers. SU-24s. That's a fencer. Oh yeah, they're doing SEAD. They're trying to kill our SAMs. Those 3 fencers are set up to fire harms at our radars.
That's your copy. We also have somebody else in the F-15 who's turning hot on them.
Bingo. Bingo.
Oh, that's not a good sign getting bingo this far out. Let's lower that fuel consumption a little bit without getting too slow. Well, that'll be cool if we make it back and land safely. That's a good mission. Let's go ahead and get set up just in case we do make it. .256 magnetic 256. There we go. Once we get close enough, we can pretty much go to idle and just kind of glide her in. Once you got some airspeed, the Viper can maintain it better than most. Plus, we're going to be very lightweight when we're already pretty light now. We've gotten rid of all of our munitions. We're low on gas, so we're pretty light. We should be able to glide pretty good. Worst case scenario, we'll come in on hydrazine, but I don't think it's going to come to that. I think we'll be okay. Still got a little bit of a reserve. Not much though. The reserve's like 300 pounds. Once that tank is empty, you're going to be close to hydrazine.
Alright, I am Winchester. I'm about to be RTB.
Copy RTB. I think we're going to be okay. I think I got up here. I had enough airspeed to get up at least to 25,000 feet. I think we're going to be okay. What are we down to? 1,600 pounds. Oh, I don't know. We still got a ways to go. But we're maintaining like 400 knots at this altitude. That's Mach 1. We're doing Mach 1. And we're below mill power. Shows you how much airspeed you can carry when you're extremely lightweight and you're in thin air. If we were up to like 30,000 feet right now, we would probably be able to set it up to where we're doing almost Mach 1 and we're only pulling like 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of fuel an hour. Which is like nothing. The Viper idles at 1,200 pounds an hour of fuel. That's just a dead idle. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead while we're doing this.
Hey, we got an MI8 trying to go respawn. I'm gonna take this MI8 down.
Yeah, copy. I see it. It looks like it has a sling load too, so it's going to be moving kind of slow. Should be a juicy target. If he does, yeah, if he lands, he's probably going to rebuild those SA-15s or something. All right, I gotta draw some blood. We're just gonna do some medical shit while we're cruising. I gotta monitor this crap a lot more right now because of my stuff. Blood is okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. Because this is my last flight tonight, and I'm not going to spend all those credits. And I believe I believe I'm set up to make it just okay. I think I'll make it. I mean, the runway's right there. We've still got over 1,000 pounds. I think I did pretty good at conserving my fuel and, you know, doing the right thing. Trading my airspeed I had at that time when I saw that I was out of, you know, getting low on fuel for altitude so I could cruise more efficiently home. We'll be all right. If I thought I was going to actually run out, I might call the tanker in, but I mean, I probably still wouldn't call in the tanker when I'm getting ready to be done tonight. I don't like spending the team's credits when I'm not going to, you know, even be there. But yeah, we're going to make it just fine. I'm usually pretty good at conserving fuel and staying ahead of the fuel game, mainly because you kind of have to be. If you don't get good at conserving your fuel and kind of gaming it out in your head all the time, then you'll have trouble with the Viper for sure. Alright, now we're coming off the fuel. We're gonna use our altitude and our current airspeed to carry us all the way to the runway now. We're completely idle. We're pulling 900 pounds an hour. We could stay in the air for an hour at this throttle. HSI is still a little off. Air brakes out. Oh yeah, the wind is going to be a bitch though. It's going to cause me to use a little bit more fuel. Try to trim into it. Alright, HSI's solid. Looks pretty good. .300 knots. Still descending. Still have the same 1,000 pounds we had when we started our descent. Oh, did Bruce get that MI8? It looks like it. Oh no, 2 fulcrums up now. That's gonna get you though. You got two fulcrums right on your tail.
Sure, I can run it from now, trying to figure this out at MIA.
Oh, we went below that 1,000 pounds.
Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, let's bring the gear down. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a wobbly landing. Alright, we're on speed. £900. We've got this. Odds on me wrecking when I'm landing, pretty slim. Could still happen, but it is not going to happen. I'll bet myself when it comes to landing all day long. Ooh, crosswind. We're really crooked. Doing that side shuffle. Crab walking. We'll see if we can aero brake a bit, but it's going to be hard to aero brake with the wind so gnarly. But we'll give it a shot. We're light enough, it should be an easy aero brake.
Alright, I think I pissed off the MI enough. He dropped his gear, so I'm about to RTB on Bingo Field.
Copy RTB. No, we're not going to get an aero brake out of that. But we're down safe. I made it back down safe. 500. Man, we have made a lot of credits tonight for the team. We had a 700 something credit flight. We had a couple of 500 something credit flights.
Looking at the cruise page, I'll make it back with like maybe 400 pounds.
Oh, that's plenty. That's plenty. 400 pounds plus your 300 reserve plus hydrazine. You're good. As long as you got some altitude. Look at that. We still have 800 pounds. We had 1,000 pounds when we were 30 miles out. Flying a Viper is like it's full of mini games. It's an adventure. It requires math. All right, we're out clean. So what did we do? We did get shot down once, or we got shot down twice? Oh yeah, once from that MiG and then once from that SA-11 Ninja shot. But we still did really good tonight. 4 air kills, 29 ground kills. And we captured a bunch of ground. 1, 2, 3. We captured 3 points off of the start. That's really good. That's a decent start. We'll keep hitting this map. Unless there's a bunch of people like tomorrow or the next night that want to fly with us and they don't have Cola. But we're going to try to stay on Cola. I know Santa really wanted us to fly Cola, so... And I like the map. We'll keep pushing. Alright, Bruce, everybody else, I'm out of here. Let me see who's flying. I'll get you guys rated over somewhere. YouTube people, thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. You know, like, subscribe, all that good shit. I appreciate that. You can also watch full screen with all with high resolution on Twitch there. I know on YouTube it's a different view. There's nothing I can do about that right now. But eventually I'll set it up to where I can stream full resolution to both platforms. But right now, if I did that, it would cost me money that I don't have. Alright, let me get off of here. Let me see who is streaming over there on Twitch. Let's see, last night Bruce was still streaming and we threw everybody over to Bruce. Oh damn, that... Oh, Magic! Black Magic is, Oh, Magic! Black Magic is, Magic is streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Black Magic. He's a good friend of the channel. We'll throw some views over at him. Alright, let's see. Raid. Shadow Legends. No, I'm just kidding. If I ever get a sponsor, I'll guarantee you it's not gonna be Raid Shadow Legends. There we go. Double underscore. That's what I messed up the last time I was trying to do Black Magic. I did 1 underscore. Alright, everybody. Raid's going through. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be in the Discord for a few more hours like normal, hanging out, editing, watching some shows, or whatever I'm doing. Usually just trying to get my body to relax after streaming. It does a number on my muscles. But I'll be there if you need to get a hold of me. Everyone's welcome to join the Discord. There's no fees or any weird shit like that. And I will see everybody tomorrow night. I should be here tomorrow night. And we'll hit Cola again. Take it easy, everybody.